Welcome to those who just joined us. So today our hot shop team is working on some Incalmo vases. And Incalmo is the process of attaching these two cups or different colors of glass. So as you can see, we have two separate pieces of glass that have been connected, which is why we have that stark contrast between the clear glass and that opaque colored glass. So right now Sarah is sitting at the bench and she is using a stack of newspapers inside of a carbon fiber pad to shape up the glass. You'll see this tool being used pretty frequently, as it's one of the only flexible tools in the hot shop and pretty close to using our hands on the glass as well. So while they're working on this piece, I'll give everyone a little rundown of the hot shop. So everything we do in here starts in our furnaces, and our furnaces are the large tanks with the closed doors. So we have one on the left and one on the right of the hot shop. You can see Nick gathering out of one now. And these hold about 1,000 pounds of molten glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And when this glass is molten, it's viscous and sticky, kind of like honey. So we stick our pipe into the glass, and when we turn, it gathers a ball on the end. And from there, we can blow into the end of our hollow pipe, and this will expand the glass much like a balloon, which is how we have gotten our hollow form at the center bench here. And the open face furnaces that you see in the hot shop are our reheating chambers called glory holes, and these are running at around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. And you'll see we have the center one and the right one open at the moment. There's not a huge difference between these furnaces. We just need multiple to work on multiple parts of the same project at the same time. And both these types of furnaces run off of natural gas and forced air. And our torches actually run off of propane and oxygen. You'll see them using these torches on and off today for spot heating. And right now, Nick has just brought over a second pipe called a punty, and this is being attached to the center of the bottom of this vase. And this has allowed them to break the piece off of its original pipe, so now they have access to the top of this vase where they can flare this out into its final form. So now you can see the front half of this vase has been heated up, and Sarah was able to go on the outside with the pair of jacks, which are those two metal blades. And this was straightening out the walls of the vase. And now she's able to go on the inside of the neck of the vase and open it up slightly. And right here you see her pulling the end of the vase out. And when she's going in like this with the jacks, she's actually not cinching all the way down. So there's still an opening where air can go through. And now this piece will be broken off. And now again, Sarah is able to go back in with those jacks and lightly open this up. And right here, Sarah is using a pair of shears to trim off the lip of this vase. You can see the jacks and the wooden paddle were being used at the same time to create a nice sharp angle for the top of this vase. You'll also notice they'll start torching this connection area around the pipe and the piece. This is the coldest area of the piece right now because it's the last thing going into the furnace and the first thing coming out. And that piece of glass that's on the pipe is what's holding the piece to the pipe, so they want to make sure that that stays nice and warm so it doesn't crack. So now you can see Gabe has gotten suited up with these special Kevlar gloves, which are going to protect him from the heat as he catches the piece off the end of the pipe. And then they'll torch the bottom, make sure there are no leftover sharp ends before they go ahead and put it away. And let's give them a round of applause for their first piece of the day. Thank you. So this has gone into the annealer, which is that big black box, and this is going to very slowly cool the piece down, at least overnight, so it doesn't break due to thermal shock. If we were to take that piece and just leave it out at room temperature to cool down, it would start cracking and breaking apart in a matter of seconds to minutes. And for those who missed the process earlier, feel free to stick around because we are going to get started on our next piece. While we're waiting, can I have the diagram of an encalmo, please? So up on screen, you can see a diagram of one example of an encalmo. So we create pieces of glass. In this case, we're creating a cup shape and attaching it to another cup. And this will create a nice crisp line in between two different colors that we have. So this is where our whole process begins for a vase. So we gather a little bit of clear glass on the end of a pipe, and every time we add a new gather of clear glass, that is going to be adding more mass to the piece and allow us to blow it up bigger. And so at the center bench, Sarah is working with this glass, and this wooden tool that she's using that's shaped like a spoon is called a block. And the block is used to shape out the glass nice and even, so when she blows a bubble into that glass, that bubble also blows out evenly. And these blocks are usually made out of a fruit wood, such as cherry wood, which is a little bit harder to burn, and they're kept in water to help prevent that burning as well. So right now you can see Sarah is lengthening this clear bubble she has at the center bench with a pair of diamond shears. So these diamond shears can be used to hold onto the glass and pull like she just was, or to snip off a piece of glass as well, which you'll see later on. So much like that last piece you guys just saw, there are going to be small bits of colored glass that are brought over to the clear glass that Sarah has at the center bench. So Nick is bringing over that first bit of colored glass. And these are being pressed down onto the glass, and later on, these will be turned into those small blobs of color that you saw in that bottom layer of that previous vase. So at the center bench, now that Sarah has these bits of colored glass, she has gone over to the Marver table, which is that big metal table, and she is rolling the glass, and this is flattening those bits down into the glass. And at the same time, over on the right bench, they're getting started on what we call a color drop or a color overlay. So a bit of the same color is heated up, but a larger amount of this color. And this is going to be dropped onto a cold, clear bubble. So over on that right bench, you can see Gabe has his cold, clear bubble ready. And Nick is bringing over that molten color. And this is dropped directly on top of that clear bubble. And this will be flattened down into a little bit of a disc shape before being evenly spread out over top of this clear bubble. And this is creating what we call a color drop or a color overlay. So over on that right bench or up on the screen, you can see that process of the color overlay has been pretty much completed. So this is going to turn into one half of the vase, and then this piece at the center bench is going to turn into the other half of this vase. And once these two halves are complete, they will be attached together and complete one bubble once more that they can blow into a final vase. And when you see them resting at the benches like this is purposeful. They're not stalling for time. They're letting this glass cool down so they can gather a new layer of clear glass over top. If they were to gather while this previous glass is still hot, The bubble inside could be warped. The color that they already have could strip off and move around. So they have to make sure their pieces are nice and cold before they get that extra gather of clear glass. Yeah, that tool that Sarah was using at the center bench is just blowing compressed air onto the surface of the glass, which is helping cool it down more rapidly. So now at the center bench, Sarah is going in with a carbon fiber pad, which possibly has some newspapers inside of it as well. And this is being used to shape out and even out that glass that she just gathered. And you'll see these being used pretty frequently. They have water on them to help prevent the artist's hands from getting warm and to help prevent that newspaper from burning. And this is just used to even out that glass once more. And now that this glass is nice and hot, you could see Sarah is going over to a mold that's on the floor. And she will push this glass down and blow at the same time. And this is forcing the glass into all of the ridges that are on the inside of this mold. This is called an optic mold. So this is going to give this piece a physical and a visual texture. Up on screen, you can also see a diagram of this mold so you can get an idea of what it looks like on the inside. So just now, Sarah was using a pair of jacks, which are those two metal blades, and she was carving into the end of this glass. As you can see, she has a little nub of glass on the end. And this piece is going to be cut off eventually. And right now, Sarah's heating up the end of the glass near the pipe, giving it some extra heat. This is the coldest area of the glass, so she has to make sure that this piece is evenly heated so she can continue to work with it. So now you can see Sarah goes in with the jacks once more, and she's creating a line or a divot in the glass near the pipe, and we call this a jack line. And the jack line is important because this is where we remove this piece later on from the pipe. So just now, Nick has brought over a second pipe that we call a punty, and this is being attached to the center of the bottom of this piece. And this is going to allow Sarah to break this piece off of the original pipe so she has access to the other side of this piece and the opening. And welcome to those who just joined. Today, our hot shop team is working on making some incalmo vases. And incalmo is the process of attaching these two hollow pieces of glass together to form one piece. Can I have that incalmo? Yeah, perfect. So up on screen, you can see the process of this incalmo. This specific example on the screen has multiple pieces, but today we're just going to be working with two pieces of glass. So at the center bench, Sarah has our first piece of glass, and we actually have a second piece of glass that is going to be attached later on that's set aside, staying nice and warm inside of the garage, which is this big silver box here, staying warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. But I'm going to continually be explaining what they're doing and why. Our glass is completely molten like honey at the temperature of 2,100,000 degrees. 2,100 Fahrenheit. And for those who haven't been here, I think it would be a good idea to give a little rundown of the hot shop. So everything we do in here starts in our furnaces, and our furnaces are the large tanks with the closed doors. We have one on the left and one on the right of the hot shop. They've been gathering from both of these furnaces today, and they hold about 1,000 pounds of molten glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And when this glass is molten, they are able to stick their pipe into the glass and turn, and it gathers a ball on the end, kind of like gathering honey. And with a hollow pipe, they're able to blow into the end of the hollow pipe, and this will expand the glass like a balloon, which is how we're getting our hollow forms for our vase today. And the open face furnaces that you see them using over and over again are our reheating chambers called glory holes. And these are running at around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, so a little bit hotter. And you'll notice we have two of them running right now. And this is just to work on multiple parts of the same project at the same time. So there's not a huge difference between these furnaces. And both these types of furnaces run off of natural gas and forced air, while our torches run on oxygen and propane. And this torch that you see them using over and over here is actually running at around the same temperature as our furnace at around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. So now you can see Gabe has brought over that second piece of glass. And Sarah's able to go in with a carbon fiber pad and smooth this connection out before breaking this piece off of the pipe. So she'll apply some water to that jack line, which is that divot in the glass. And they successfully broke that pipe off. So now we have one solid piece on the end of one solid pipe. And from here, they're going to be able to go in and create that final vase shape. So now you can see Sarah is going in with a pair of jacks, and she's going to actually have to go in with a pair of tweezers first. The opening was a little bit too small for her to fit that blade inside. So she'll pull and pinch at the same time, and this is bringing the edge of this glass out. So after pulling the end of that lip out for this vase, Sarah was able to go in with a pair of shears and trim off that excess glass. So when they're pretty much done with shaping that vase, they're going in with this big torch behind them, and they're torching that connection area around the pipe. And this is in preparation for breaking this piece off. We want to make sure that the surrounding area is nice and hot, because we usually use water to break our pieces off. And if our glass is cold, the cracks from the water will travel through that glass. So we have to make sure that the surrounding glass is nice and hot to prevent cracks from traveling. And you can see Gabe has gotten suited up in these special Kevlar gloves here. And these are the same material that firefighters use for their suits. And this is going to help prevent any heat from traveling to his hands as he picks up this piece of glass off the end of the pipe. So Sarah applies a little bit of water to that connection area and taps the pipe, and then they lightly torch the bottom to get rid of any sharp ends. And let's give them a round of applause for completing that piece. And this is carried over to the annealer, which is that big black box on the wall, where it'll slowly cool down at least overnight so it doesn't break due to thermal shock. With the press of a button, it'll start lowering from around 950 all the way to room temperature. Could I have Sarah's Meet the Artist video, please? So Sarah is the one who has been our gaffer today, sitting at that center bench and working on all these pieces. And so I just wanted to show you guys a video on some of her work and a little bit of background on herself.
We work with artists every week for their residency, and so we go through it on a weekly basis, but it's a big deal and it's a huge honor to be able to work here. It's really cool to get to work with the team that I work with every week, actually realizing my own ideas. This week I'm trying to focus on kind of 3 major projects. One is making these cylinders that will be opened into sheet glass and then referencing older engravings. These cylinders will have very specific layering of color though. So once they become sheet glass, I can cut through those specific layers to make that patterning. The second one being trying to create kind of the illusion of like a dotted line in 3-dimensional space. So maybe that like dotted line that's an arrow on like a map or something, trying to show you direction. But imagine if you had to like go backwards and forwards and over here and then down here, and maybe the whole thing ties you into a knot. That's definitely a new idea and something I'm trying to experiment with. And then the third one is making these flowers, really trying to get like the gesture of my hand in making these flowers. I want them to really appear kind of cartoony in a way. Later, once they're assembled and come back down to room temperature, I'm gonna engrave imagery on the flower petals.
It's a little premature, but Sarah's been here for 13 years.
Wow.
So this is a pretty timely thing for Sarah, and I just wanted to give you a little
Stop it.
token of my appreciation.
To think of like where I was when I started here and how much I've learned from working with this crew and the artists that have come through here, it's pretty huge, and it's a pretty huge like moment in my career, I feel like. So that's been pretty special this week.
Thank you for your round of applause. So we're getting started on our next Incalmo vase. So if you missed the beginning of the process, now's your chance to see how we apply our color in the first place and attach these 2 pieces of separate colors together. So at the center bench, Sarah is working with a large amount of clear glass that is hollow. And this is being lengthened into a little bit of a tube shape. And this is where we will apply our spots or dots of colored glass. So now Nick has brought over this bit of color, and this is going to be touched down multiple times. And Sarah's using a pair of diamond shears to cut each piece of this glass off. So after getting all of those bits of colored glass on that clear glass, you could see that Sarah went over to that metal table and started rolling it around. And this table is called the marver. The marver was flattening these bits of color down onto the glass. And over on the right bench, you're about to see a process called a color drop or a color overlay. And this is how we get the solid color area of our vase. So Gabe has a cold, clear bubble, and Nick comes over with a bit of colored glass that is dropped down on top of that clear bubble. And then this will be flattened into a disc shape before being evenly spread out over top of this clear bubble, creating a very smooth, even layer of color over top of this piece. And now, after getting the necessary shape for this piece at the center bench, Sarah is going to let this rest and cool down before gathering a new layer of clear glass over top of these colored dots. If we were to gather a new layer of clear while our previous layer was still hot, that could warp the bubble inside of the glass, or it could even move the color or melt it off into the furnace. So we have to be really careful, make sure that everything is nice and cold before getting that new layer of clear glass. So now that that glass has cooled down, you can see Sarah is going over and getting that new layer of clear glass. And this is going to sandwich that color in between those two layers of clear and keep it encased. And right after getting that fresh layer of glass, Sarah's going in with a carbon fiber pad and a little bit of water. And she's using this to shape out that glass, make sure everything is nice and even. It's important that we even out the glass before we blow or after a fresh gather, so when we do blow, the bubble will blow out evenly. And now after getting that glass hot once more, you can see Sarah is going over to a mold on the floor, and she is stuffing this bubble down and blowing at the same time. And this is forcing the glass into those ridges and shapes on the inside of this mold. And this mold is called an optic mold because it's going to be giving her a physical and a visual texture for this piece. And up on screen, you could see a diagram of one of these optic molds. This is what the inside of these molds look like. So right now Sarah's going in with the pair of jacks, which are those two metal blades, and she's carving a divot into the glass near the pipe. And this specific divot in the glass is called a jack line. This is where we remove the piece later on from this pipe. So now Sarah's going in with a carbon fiber pad. And these frequently have newspapers on the inside of them and are soaked in water to help prevent the heat from getting to the artist's hands and to prevent that newspaper from burning. And she's using this to shape out this glass and also push the bubble in the direction that she wants it to blow out. So this piece that she's working on at the center bench is going to be the bottom part to our vase. And the piece that Gabe is working on over on the right bench is going to be the top part of our vase. And these are going to be connected together in a process called incolmo. So now that our piece at the center bench has been finished, a second pipe has been brought over and is attached to the center of the bottom of the piece. And keep in mind, this is going to be the bottom of our vase. And so the second pipe that we attach is called a punty, and this is allowing us to transfer the piece off of its original pipe so we have access to the other side of the piece. So Sarah's dipping her tweezers in some water and applying this to that jack line, which is the divot in the glass. And then when she taps the pipe, this causes a vibration which travels to those small cracks created by the water, breaking the piece cleanly off the pipe. So Sarah was using this torch to apply some extra heat to the opening or this lip of the piece at the center bench. And this is so that the rest of the piece can remain cool while she works on just that specific area of the piece. And just a reminder, this torch right here that she was using is at around the same temperature as our reheating chambers at around 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. But these torches are specifically used for spot heating rather than heating up the whole piece at once. So now Sarah's able to lightly open up this piece with a pair of jacks, which are those two metal blades. And you could also see that Nick was lightly paddling the opening as well, just evening out that glass. So now that these two pieces have been heated up at those two connection points, that second piece from the right bench is brought over and attached to the top of the piece they were working on at the center bench. And so now we have our two pieces together to create a complete vase. And that second pipe has successfully broken off, leaving us with an opening for our lip or neck of the vase. So you'll see Sarah using this carbon fiber pad over and over again to make sure that those connections are secure. And right now she just used the torch to apply some extra heat near that opening again, just like she did last time. So now that the front of this piece is nice and hot, Sarah's going in with a pair of tweezers and she's opening that lip up before pulling it out with those tweezers. And this is going to help even out that glass and make sure that that color is also nice and even all the way across that lip. So she goes in with a pair of shears and she cuts off that excess glass that she pulled out. So using the jack, Sarah is able to go on the outside of this neck and even out the walls, and go on the inside and start to flare it open as well. You'll also see this torch being used to heat up the connection of the glass on the pipe. For example, this is the coldest area of the piece. It's the last thing going into the furnace, and it's the first thing coming out. And that glass on the pipe is what's holding our piece onto the pipe. We want to make sure that stays nice and warm so that our glass doesn't crack. So now that our piece has been completed, you can see Gabe is suited up with these special Kevlar gloves, which are going to protect him from the heat of the glass as he picks it up off of the end of the pipe. So Sarah applies some water, and then she'll tap the pipe. This breaks it cleanly off, and Nick is going ahead and torching any leftover sharp ends before it goes and gets put away. And let's give them a round of applause for completing that piece. So this piece has gone into the annealer, which is that big black box over there, where it's going to stay nice and warm at around 950 before we turn it off to cool down slowly overnight so it doesn't break due to thermal shock. And I had a question about the temperatures of our furnaces earlier, so I'm going to give everyone a little rundown of the hot shop who hasn't been in here before. So everything we do in here starts in our furnaces, which are our large tanks with the closed doors. We have one on the left and one on the right of the hot shop, and this is where we gather our fresh glass. So these hold about 1,000 pounds of molten clear glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And when the glass is molten, it's viscous and sticky, kind of like honey. So we stick our heated pipe into the glass, and when we turn, it gathers a ball on the end. And from there, we can blow into the end of our hollow pipe, and this will inflate the glass much like a balloon, which is how we got our hollow forms for our vase. And the open face furnaces that you see in the middle and the right of the hot shop are our reheating chambers called glory holes. And these are running at around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, so a little bit hotter. And you'll notice we have two of them, like I just pointed out. And there's not a huge difference between these two. We just needed multiple to work on multiple parts of the same project at the same time today. And if anyone ever has any questions, please let me know. It looks like our artists are just taking a little breather before they get started on the next item. So I've had a couple of people ask now if we can reuse our glass, and we can reuse our clear glass completely. So we could take our clear glass and throw it back into our clear furnace, melt it down again to be able to use it for new pieces. Sadly, if we have any color in our glass, we cannot put it in our furnace. It'll taint the rest of our clear glass. And speaking of filling up the furnace, why don't I show you a video of how we fill up our furnace in the first place. So this is called charging the furnace. And can I have the charging the furnace video, please?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So we are going to be working on another one of these Incalmo vases. And if any of you missed it earlier, can I have the Incalmo diagram up on the screen, please? So up on screen, you can see this is how we put together our Incalmo cups to create one piece. So today we're just creating two separate colors and attaching them together. This diagram specifically has more, but we're just working with two today. And while we wait to get started, I'm going to play a video about kids designing glass. We have a special program where kids 12 and under can submit a drawing and get the chance to get chosen for their glass to be created right in front of their own eyes in our hot shop. So can I have that kids design glass video, please?
It's a baby monster. Pip is a baby monster that loves to smile and laugh. Even though he's little and cute, he gives a big cry. Also, Pip loves food, especially bananas. He will eat any speck of food in sight.
Oh, it's amazing. Totally amazing. And then especially if the pieces of art go traveling around, other kids will see, oh my gosh, I could do that too. You know, it's not just somebody else that, you know, they did it, you know, I couldn't do that. Absolutely not. Anyone can do this. And I think that's what it shows the kids.
Maybe not everybody can win them.
But, and
I think it's gonna stand up there with one of the coolest things that a museum has ever done.
what is it, a cucumber all dressed up for a night on the town? That's pretty ridiculously funny.
The funnest part about this project is how fresh the ideas are coming from the kids who they have no idea of glass blowing techniques. They don't care.
Nobody saw this coming. We'd make one piece and it was given to the family. And then we realized, well, wait a second, there's something more here. We started to get more drawings, more interesting drawings, and it really kind of snowballed a little bit.
Bacon Boy was special. That almost looks like a frying pan.
Maybe he's wearing a frying pan.
I don't really do any work when they present. Just like,
Bacon, baby.
it's fine.
All I see.
How's that for his arm? Fingers?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it really brings it home and really shows that, you know, there's an artist in all of us, I think. So, and it's human nature to be creative. And so I think we lose that as we get older sometimes, and it's cool to see this pure creative nature that children possess. So I think it's cool to share that with the rest of the world, hopefully. So.
Thank you for supporting Kids Design Glass.
So now we're getting started on our next vase. So at the center bench, Sarah is working on the first part of our vase, which is going to be the bottom. And then over on the right, they're going to be working on the top portion of the vase using a technique called a color drop or a color overlay. So today, Sarah at the center bench is our gaffer. When someone is a gaffer, they are the person sitting at the bench and instructing and guiding the support around them. And so that kind of means like Sarah is the leader today. And I would like to show you guys some of Sarah's work. So when possible, could I have some of Sarah's work up on the screen, please? And back to the center bench, you can see Nick has brought over a bit of color. And this is being pressed down over and over again onto this clear bubble. And little bits of glass are being cut off at a time. And this is going to give us spots or dots on our piece for the bottom portion of our vase. Over on the right side of the hot shop, you could see Gabe is using a pipe cooler. And I thought I'd point this out because I frequently get asked why the pipe isn't hot. And sometimes the pipe does start to get hot, and so we have to cool it down using the pipe cooler, which is just splashing water onto the area that is handled by the artist. And after heating up that glass again at the center bench, you could see Sarah's going in with the back of the pair of jacks. And she's tapping all of those bits of glass down. And this is helping round them out, so now they're perfect circles. And it's also evening out the glass overall. So now Sarah goes over to the marver, which is that metal table, and this will flatten those dots down all the way into that clear glass. And on the right bench, you could see our process of a color drop or a color overlay. This is how we're getting our solid color for the top portion of this vase. So a bit of color is dropped onto a cold, clear bubble and flattened down into a bit of a disc shape before being evenly spread over top of that bubble. So you'll notice after we have finished this glass at the center bench, Sarah's happy with how those spots look, so she's letting them rest and cool down before gathering a new layer of clear glass over top. If we were to gather while this glass was still hot, that color could possibly strip off into our clear vat of glass, or the bubble inside could be altered. So we just want to make sure that that glass is not moving and it's nice and cold. Cold being probably around 1,000 degrees, so not very cold for us. So right after getting that fresh gather of glass, Sarah goes back in with that carbon fiber pad, and she's evening that glass out. You'll see them even the glass out after every fresh gather they get or before they blow into the pipe. And this is evening out the glass so that the bubble blows out evenly as well. And welcome to those who recently joined us. Today our hot shop team is working on some Encalmo vases, and the process of Encalmo is attaching two pieces of hollow glass together. So we're going to have multiple colors of glass in this piece. Sarah's working on the bottom half of this vase at the center bench, which is mostly clear with some spots of a very light blue. And then over on the right bench, Gabe is working on the neck or the top part of the vase, which is going to be that light blue color once more to accent those spots. So if you missed it, after Sarah heated that glass up, she then stuffed that glass into a mold on the floor, and this mold is called an optic mold. This is giving her a physical and a visual texture on the outside of this glass because of those ridges on the inside of the mold. And so now from here, she's going to be able to blow this up into its final shape for the bottom of the vase. She's going in with a pair of jacks and creating a divot in the glass near the pipe called a jack line. And this jack line is where they're going to remove this piece later on from this pipe. And then she goes back in with that carbon fiber pad with a little bit of water, and she's able to push the glass in the direction she wants it to go. The carbon fiber pads usually have newspaper inside of them, and oftentimes you'll see the artists using just newspapers by themselves with a little bit of water on them. And this is one of the only flexible tools in the hot shop and pretty close to using our hands on the glass. So now Sarah's using a paddle on the sides and the bottom of this piece. And that tool, you'll see them use multiple times here and there. That tool that had the hose attached to it is actually just blowing compressed air onto the piece. So this was rapidly cooling down that jack line. And welcome to those who recently joined. Today our hot shop team is working on creating some Incalmo vases. And can I have the Incalmo diagram up on the screen for anyone who hasn't seen it yet? So up on screen you can see an example of one of these Incalmos. So we create multiple cups of different colors and we can attach them together. Today we're just going to be creating two separate colors to attach together. You'll see this process a little bit later on. So the piece that Sarah's working on at the center bench here is the bottom of a vase, and we have a second piece that has been made and set aside, and this is going to become the top or the neck of our vase. So before breaking a piece off of its pipe, you'll notice they always torch this connection area between the pipe and the piece. And this is in preparation for applying a little bit of water to that area to break it off. If that surrounding glass was cold, the cracks from the water could travel through that cold glass. So if the surrounding glass is hot, those cracks will remain just where they are placed and not travel anywhere. And as you can tell, this bottom piece of the vase has pretty much been completed. So right now they're just preparing to take it off. And the way they're going to do that is they're going to attach a second pipe that we call a punty to the bottom. And this will allow them to break this piece off of its original pipe so they have access to the other side of the piece. So now Nick has come over with that punty, and it's going to be attached to the center of the bottom of this piece. And then some water will be applied to that jack line, which is the divot in the glass. And then all Sarah has to do is tap the pipe, and this causes a vibration that travels to those small cracks and breaks the piece cleanly off the pipe. So now from here, they have a small opening left over. They're going to be able to go in and start opening this up in preparation for attaching that second piece I was talking about earlier. And there's Gabe now with that second piece, the neck of the vase. So now that those two pieces have been heated up individually at those connection points, that top of the vase was brought over and connected to the bottom now. And all Sarah has to do is apply some water to that second pipe, and it breaks cleanly off. And so now from here, they will be able to go in and flare this out into the final vase shape. You'll also see them trying to focus the heat around the lip, because if they were to heat the piece up in the furnace all at once, that's going to make the whole piece want to move at once. But instead, using the torch, they could focus the heat on just that opening or the lip of this vase. So now that the front end of this piece is nice and hot, you could see Sarah briefly went in with the jacks and now is going in with the tweezers, pulling the end of this glass out. And then she'll be able to go in with the shears and trim that excess glass off. So once more, in preparation for breaking this piece off, you saw them torching that pipe, which was that connection between the glass and the pipe. And now Sarah's going to apply some water to that same area, which is going to cause small cracks in order to break this piece off. And Gabe is suited up with these special Kevlar gloves that protect him from the heat as Nick torches those leftover sharp ends on the bottom. And let's give them a round of applause for completing that vase. Thank you. So that piece was put away into the annealer, which is that big black box on the wall, where it's going to slowly cool down at least overnight so it doesn't break due to thermal shock. So next, our hot shop team is going to be working on a small decorative cup. And today, Sarah is acting as our gaffer. So the gaffer is the one who sits at the bench, and they are working on the piece and instructing those around them on what to do. And so today our gaffer is Sarah, and I have a little video about Sarah and some work that she has created. So can I have Sarah's Meet the Artist video, please?
We work with artists every week for their residency, and so we go through it on a weekly basis, but it's a big deal and it's a huge honor to be able to work here. It's really cool to get to work with the team that I work with every week, actually realizing my own ideas. This week I'm trying to focus on kind of 3 major projects. One is making these cylinders that will be opened into sheet glass and then referencing older engravings. These cylinders will have very specific layering of color though. So once they become sheet glass, I can cut through those specific layers to make that patterning. The second one being trying to create kind of the illusion of like a dotted line in 3-dimensional space. So maybe that like dotted line that's an arrow on like a map or something, trying to show you direction. But imagine if you had to like go backwards and forwards and over here and then down here, and maybe the whole thing ties you into a knot. That's definitely a new idea and something I'm trying to experiment with. And then the third one is making these flowers, really trying to get like the gesture of my hand in making these flowers. I want them to really appear kind of cartoony in a way. Later, once they're assembled and come back down to room temperature, I'm gonna engrave imagery on the flower petals.
It's a little premature, but Sarah's been here for 13 years. Wow. So this is a pretty timely thing for Sarah, and I just wanted to give you a little
Stop it.
token of my appreciation.
To think of like where I was when I started here and how much I've learned from working with this crew and the artists that have come through here, it's pretty huge, and it's a pretty huge like moment in my career, I feel like. So that's been pretty special this week.
So at the center bench, they're working on the cup portion for this piece. So this is going to be assembled in multiple pieces for this glass. And this is the cup portion of this glass. And this small bubble that Gabe is working on over on the right is going to become what we call a blown foot. So Sarah holds the pipe up and the foot is dropped onto the bottom of this glass and cut off. And the way they open this bubble up is pretty interesting. So with this bottom bubble, Sarah's going in with the pair of jacks. And you can see she's creating a line or a divot in the glass, but she's not cinching all the way down. So there's still an opening that's able to go through these two pieces. And after breaking that piece off, they're left over with a small opening because she didn't cinch all the way down. So from here, she's going to be able to flare this out into that foot shape for this cup. So she goes in with a single blade of the jacks to get started. And then she's able to go in with both blades at the same time as it slowly widens. So now that they have pretty much finished the bottom of this cup and the foot, a second pipe is going to be attached to the bottom of the foot and allow them to remove the cup from its original pipe. So Gabe is bringing over that second pipe. It is called a punty, and it's being attached to the center of the bottom of this foot. So now from here, they have a small opening left over from where they broke it off of its original hollow pipe. They're going to be able to open this up and flare it out into its final cup shape. So now that the front end of this cup is nice and hot, Sarah briefly went in with the pair of tweezers and pulled the end out before trimming the excess off with a pair of shears. This is going to make sure that that lip is nice and even and all of the walls are nice and thin. So now after finishing that little cup, she applies a little bit of water to that connection area and then taps the pipe and it lands on a heated fork, which is carried over to the annealer, that big black box on the wall. Let's give them a round of applause for completing that cup. Thank you. Thank you for your round of applause. So this is going to slowly cool down at least overnight so it doesn't break due to thermal shock. And does anyone have any questions? We are going to go on a 1-hour lunch break. We'll be back at around 2 p.m. So feel free to join us right back then, and then we'll be blowing glass until 5 p.m. Thank you for joining us. So welcome into the hot shop, everyone. Today, our hot shop team has been working on making some Incalmo vases, and they're going to continue making these Incalmo vases. And to describe this a little bit better, can I have the Incalmo diagram up on the screen, please? So up on screen, you can see a diagram of this process. So we're going to be creating two separate pieces with different colors and then attaching them together. It's going to be a little bit different than this diagram, but this gives you a good idea of how we connect these two pieces together to create one solid piece. And in this case, it will be a vase. And for those who haven't been here before, I'll give a little rundown of the hot shop, and this will explain the temperatures of our ovens. So everything we do in here starts in our furnaces, and you just saw Gabe gather out of one of these furnaces just now. These hold about 1,000 pounds of molten glass at around 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And when this glass is molten, it's very viscous and sticky, kind of like honey. So we stick our pipe into the glass, and when we turn, it gathers a ball on the end. And from there, we can blow into the end of our hollow pipe, and this expands the glass like a balloon. And this is how we are getting our hollow forms for our vase today. And the open face furnaces that you see at the center bench and over at the right bench are our reheating chambers called glory holes. And these are running at around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, so a little bit hotter. And we just have two of these running at the moment just so we can work on multiple parts of the same project at the same time, so there's not a huge difference between these furnaces. And both these types of furnaces run off of natural gas and forced air, while our torches run off of oxygen and propane. You'll see us using these torches later on. If anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. Over on that far right bench, you could see they are completing a process called a color drop or a color overlay. And this is how we apply a solid color to our pieces. This tool that Sarah's using at the center bench is called a block, and this is used to even out the glass and shape it up before we blow into our pipe. This is making sure that the bubble blows out evenly. These are usually made out of a fruit wood and kept in water to help prevent burning. So I would describe the hollow pipes as sort of like a straw. So every now and then you'll actually see something really interesting. Sometimes we make something called a suck bowl, and we actually suck the air back out of the pipe, and this will cave the glass in. So we can actually push the air in and pull it back out. So today we have Sarah at the center bench who is acting as our gaffer, and this is kind of like the glass blowing team leader. So she is the one who is instructing those around her on what to do and controlling how this glass will turn out. And to give you a little bit of background on her and her artwork, I have a video that displays some of the artwork she's made, and she talks about it during this video. Can I have the Meet the Artist video, please?
We work with artists every week for their residency, and so we go through it on a weekly basis, but it's a big deal and it's a huge honor to be able to work here. It's really cool to get to work with the team that I work with every week, actually realizing my own ideas. This week I'm trying to focus on kind of 3 major projects. One is making these cylinders that will be opened into sheet glass and then referencing older engravings. These cylinders will have very specific layering of color though. So once they become sheet glass, I can cut through those specific layers to make that patterning. The second one being trying to create kind of the illusion of like a dotted line in 3-dimensional space. So maybe that like dotted line that's an arrow on like a map or something, trying to show you direction. But imagine if you had to like go backwards and forwards and over here and then down here, and maybe the whole thing ties you into a knot. That's definitely a new idea and something I'm trying to experiment with. And then the third one is making these flowers, really trying to get like the gesture of my hand in making these flowers. I want them to really appear kind of cartoony in a way. Later, once they're assembled and come back down to room temperature, I'm gonna engrave imagery on the flower petals.
It's a little premature, but Sarah's been here for 13 years. Wow. So this is a pretty timely thing for Sarah, and I just wanted to give you a little
Stop it.
token of my appreciation.
To think of like where I was when I started here and how much I've learned from working with this crew and the artists that have come through here, it's pretty huge, and it's a pretty huge like moment in my career, I feel like. So that's been pretty special this week.
So not too long ago, after heating that glass up, Sarah stuffed the bubble into a mold on the floor called an optic mold, and this was giving her physical and visual texture to this glass, as you could see in ridges. And so now, after this, she has applied a small amount of heat with the torch, which is running at around the same temperature as our furnaces, at around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. So this is going to be the bottom of our vase. Now she's going in with a pair of jacks and creating a jack line, which is that divot in the glass. And this is where we will remove the piece later on from this pipe. So now that they've pretty much finished this bottom portion of the vase, they have to attach a second pipe to the bottom so they can flip the orientation, break it off of its original pipe, and have access to the other side of the piece. So Nick has brought over that second pipe now that we call a punty. The punty is attached to the center of the bottom of this piece. And then Sarah dips her tweezers in some water and applies this to the jack line. And then when she taps the pipe, this will create a vibration that travels to those small cracks created by the water, breaking the piece cleanly off the pipe. So now from here, she has an opening left over from breaking it off the pipe. She'll be able to go in and start to open this up in preparation for attaching the second part of the vase, which Gabe has on the end of that pipe there. So I get questions every now and then about how the heat doesn't travel towards our hands on the pipe. And so over on the right, Gabe is using a pipe cooler, which is splashing water onto the area that he has to handle. And so the heat does start to travel back towards their hands the longer they use the pipe and the more heat they apply. So now here you will see the process of that incolmo, which is attaching these two pieces together. So the neck of the vase to the body of the vase. And Sarah's going in with a carbon fiber pad and evening out that connection. Then she will apply a little bit of water to that second pipe and break that connection off. So now she has her two pieces assembled for this vase, and she just has to straighten everything out and flare open that lip on the end. Now, while Sarah's finishing this piece up, could I have the slideshow of some of Sarah's previous works up on the screen, please? So to break this piece off of the pipe, Sarah applies a little bit of water to that connection. And this is going to cause cracking. That makes it easy to break off. And Gabe is able to hold onto this piece with those special Kevlar gloves and carry it over to the annealer, which is that big black box on the wall, to put it away. This is where it'll slowly cool down, at least overnight, so it doesn't break due to thermal shock. And let's give them a round of applause for completing that vase. So once again, for anyone who recently joined, today our Hot Shop team is working on Incalmo vases, which is what you just saw, the connection of those two different colors together. And I had a question about the color of the glass not too long ago. And the answer to this is the glass always looks orange when it's hot because it's glowing so brightly from that thermal energy. And so once the glass cools down is when we see the true color of the glass. Once it's fully at room temperature, that is the final color of the glass. So what we were seeing there was probably close to, if not the actual color of the glass as soon as they put it away. So over on the right side of the hot shop, once more, Gabe is getting started on that upper part of the vase, which is going to be the neck. And so over there, they just completed a process called a color drop or a color overlay. They started off with a clear, cold bubble, and they dropped some color on top of this bubble and spread it out evenly across. You can see Gabe working with it right now up on the screen or over on the right side of the hot shop. And that color has been evenly spread out, so now when they blow into this piece or into this bubble, that color will expand along with it and just stay as a very smooth, even color across the surface of this glass. And at the center bench, Sarah is working on the body of the vase, and this is going to be clear. So right now, Sarah's going in with a carbon fiber pad, and inside of this pad, there are usually a stack of newspapers, also soaked in water to help prevent them from burning. And you can see she's using these carbon fiber pads to push the glass and mold it in the direction she wants. And this is one of the only flexible tools in the hot shop, and pretty close to using our hands on the glass as well. So these tools are used very frequently. So after getting this glass hot once more, you can see Sarah has gone over to a mold that is sitting on the floor, and she is pushing this glass down into the mold as she blows at the same time, and this is forcing the glass into all of the ridges on the inside of this mold. So now the glass has a physical and a visual texture on the outside. So now Sarah goes in with the pair of jacks. And right now she is carving into this glass with the pair of jacks, creating what we call a jack line. And the jack line is where we will remove this piece later on when we break it off of the pipe. So as you can see, Gabe has just finished the top part, or the neck, to this vase, and he's going ahead and he's putting it in this big silver box here called the garage, where it's going to stay nice and warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So later on, when we're ready to attach these two pieces together, we could just pull it back out, heat it up a little bit, and attach it to the top of our body of our vase. So now that the bottom of this piece is complete, a second pipe that we call a punty is brought over and attached to the bottom of the center of this piece. And this is going to allow them to break this piece off of its original pipe. So now we will have access to the top end of this piece. So Sarah applies a little bit of water to our jack line and then taps the pipe, which breaks the piece off of the pipe. And after breaking this piece off, we're left over with an opening. So from here, she's going to be able to go in with the jacks and start to open this up a little bit. So pretty soon here, you're going to see the connection of these two pieces at the center and the right bench. After heating up those two connection points, Gabe is coming over with the top part of the vase. And these two pieces are going to be connected together. And then Sarah's going in with a carbon fiber pad and making sure that neck is nice and even before she applies a little bit of water to that second pipe, holding onto the neck. So now from here, they're going to focus that heat around that opening or around that lip of the vase so they can start to open this up into its final form. So now after gathering some more heat on the front of this vase, Sarah's going in with a pair of tweezers, and she's pinching and pulling the end of this vase out before going in with a pair of shears, which will trim off that excess glass that she just pulled out. So now we have a nice even neck with nice thin even walls. And with the pair of jacks, you'll see Sarah go on the inside and the outside of this neck, evening out those walls while opening them at the same time. And just a reminder, this torch that they're using for spot heating is running at around the same temperature as our reheating furnace at around 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. So this tool that Gabe has here is pretty interesting. It's called a soffietta, which means little puff. And as you can see, he's using it to blow air inside of the piece after it's already been removed from its hollow pipe. So right now it's just attached to a solid pipe and it has an opening in the top of the neck. And so he blocked off that opening with the cone on the soffietta before blowing. So now after finishing the piece, Sarah applies some water to that connection area on the pipe. And you can see Gabe is suited up in these special Kevlar gloves, which are going to help protect him from the heat of the glass. And Nick goes ahead and torches the bottom, getting rid of any leftover sharp ends before this piece is put away into the annealer. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. Thank you. So this piece has gone into the annealer where it's going to slowly cool down from about 950 degrees overnight all the way to room temperature. And we're using a lot of clear glass today, so I thought it would be interesting to play a video about how we fill our furnace back up, which is running with completely clear glass. There's no colored glass in this furnace. And can I have the charging the furnace video, please?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, to stabilize it. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300 degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So as you just saw, Nick has just brought out a small bit of color from this big silver box here called the garage. And the garage was keeping this warm or preheating this glass at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So he was able to just pull this out and start heating it up to be used. And this is going to be used in something called a color drop or a color overlay. So this is how we're getting our solid color for this vase. So at the center bench, Sarah is getting started on the body for this vase. And over on the right, you can see Gabe is sectioning off some of this color to be used for that color overlay. So now the color is dropped onto that clear, cold bubble, and this will be flattened down into a bit of a disc before being evenly spread out over top of this clear bubble. So this is going to give us a very smooth, even layer of color all throughout that piece of glass. And this is just one of many ways that we apply color. And at the center bench, Sarah is going to just be working with some clear glass for the body of this vase. Every now and then, the heat will start to travel down that pipe and towards the artist's hands. So you could see Sarah is using a pipe cooler at the moment, and this is splashing water onto the pipe and instantly cooling that area down. And after a fresh gather of clear glass, or before an artist blows into the bubble, you'll always see them use this tool here. This is called a block, and these are usually made out of a fruit wood, like cherry wood, and kept in water to help prevent burning. So this is going to even that glass out, so when they do blow, that bubble will blow out nice and evenly. So for those of you who haven't been in our hot shop before, I'll give a whole rundown. So everything we do in here starts in our furnaces, and our furnaces are the large tanks with the closed doors. So we have one on the left and one on the right of the hot shop, and this is where we're getting our molten glass. So these hold about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And when this glass is molten, it's very viscous and sticky, kind of like honey. So we stick our pipe into the glass, we turn, and it gathers a ball on the end. And from there, we can blow into the end of our hollow pipe, and this will expand the glass much like a balloon. And this is how we have gotten the bubble for our piece at the center bench here. And the open face furnaces are our reheating chambers called glory holes, and these are running at around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. And you'll notice we have one at the center bench and one over at the right bench running at the moment. And we just have multiple running to work on multiple parts of the same project at the same time. So there's not a huge difference between these furnaces. And those two types of furnaces I talked about run off of natural gas and forced air, while our torches run off of oxygen and propane. You'll see us using these torches throughout this process. And not too long ago, just a moment ago, Sarah stuffed that bubble into a mold on the floor, and that mold has ridges going up and down all on the inside. And this is called an optic mold. And this has given Sarah a physical and visual texture for the outside of this glass. So this torch that Sarah's using is around the same temperature as our reheating chamber at around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. And she was using it to spot heat the area that was connected to the pipe. And now she's able to go in with a pair of jacks, which are those two metal blades, and she's carving a divot or a line in the glass called a jack line. And this is where we will remove this piece later on from this pipe. So the piece over on the right bench is going to be the neck for our vase, and the piece at the center bench is the body for our vase. So eventually, later on, when we have both of these pieces individually prepared, we'll be able to connect the two together and create one solid piece. Well, I guess it's hollow because it's a vase, but you know what I mean. So now after finishing that neck for the vase, Gabe has brought it over to this big silver box here called the garage. And this is going to keep it nice and warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So later on when we have this piece at the center prepared, we can bring it back out, heat it up, and attach it to that body. So the body of this vase is ready to be attached to a second pipe. So Nick is bringing over that second pipe that we call a punty, and this is going to be attached to the bottom of the center of this piece. And then a small amount of water is applied to that jack line. And then when Sarah taps the pipe, this will create a vibration that breaks it at those small cracks created by the water. So from here, we have a opening left over, and Sarah's going to be able to go in and start to open this up to match the piece that we have over on the right. So using that large fluffy flame, Sarah's able to add some extra heat around that opening of this piece in preparation for working on that specific end. If we were to just heat up the entire piece at once in the furnace, then the entire thing would get hot, but she's trying to focus that heat just around that opening. So right now they're just checking size, making sure that those two pieces will fit nicely together. So now after heating those two openings up, Sarah's going to guide the neck of the vase onto the body, and that was a perfect fit. Now that she has those two pieces connected, she's going to get some water on her tweezers and break off its connection to that second pipe. So now from here, once again, she has an opening left over from where she broke it off, and she's going to be able to start to open this up and flare it out into that final shape for the vase neck. So this tool that Gabe is using here is called a sophietta, which means little puff. And this is being used to inflate the piece very slightly after it had already been removed from that hollow pipe. So after heating that front end of the piece up, you could see Sarah went in with the tweezers and she was just pulling and pinching the end of this piece just a little bit. And she's going to pull this a little bit more before trimming that excess glass off. So now she goes in with the pair of shears and she's able to trim this excess glass off. Now she's left with a perfect symmetrical opening. And after getting it hot once more, Sarah's able to go in with the pair of jacks, which are those two metal blades. And you'll notice she goes on the outside and the inside. Going on the outside is evening out the walls, and going on the inside is flaring that lip open. You'll notice in preparation for breaking a piece off the pipe, they always torch this connection area, and this is making sure it's nice and warm before they apply some water to break it off. If that glass were cold, the water will cause cracks that will travel through that glass, but if the glass is hot, the cracks will just stay right where they need them to in order to break the piece off. So Sarah applies that water to that connection area on the punty. And then when she taps the pipe, this will break the piece off into Gabe's hands. And he's wearing some special Kevlar gloves, which are protecting him from that heat of the glass. He goes ahead and carries it over to the annealer, which is that, never mind, he carried it over to the bucket where he threw it away. So that happens sometimes. Looks like there's probably a crack in the bottom. That was our first broken piece of the day. So thank you for joining us for that. We'll get started on the next one. But while we're waiting on that, I want to show you a little background video on Sarah, who is our gaffer today, which is kind of like our glassblowing team leader. So can I have the visiting artist video?
We work with artists every week for their residency, and so we go through it on a weekly basis, but it's a big deal and it's a huge honor to be able to work here. It's really cool to get to work with the team that I work with every week, actually realizing my own ideas. This week I'm trying to focus on kind of 3 major projects. One is making these cylinders that will be opened into sheet glass and then referencing older engravings. These cylinders will have very specific layering of color though. So once they become sheet glass, I can cut through those specific layers to make that patterning. The second one being trying to create kind of the illusion of like a dotted line in 3-dimensional space. So maybe that like dotted line that's an arrow on like a map or something, trying to show you direction. But imagine if you had to like go backwards and forwards and over here and then down here, and maybe the whole thing ties you into a knot. That's definitely a new idea and something I'm trying to experiment with. And then the third one is making these flowers, really trying to get like the gesture of my hand in making these flowers. I want them to really appear kind of cartoony in a way. Later, once they're assembled and come back down to room temperature, I'm gonna engrave imagery on the flower petals.
It's a little premature, but Sarah's been here for 13 years. Wow. So this is a pretty timely thing for Sarah, and I just wanted to give you a little token of my appreciation.
To think of like where I was when I started here and how much I've learned from working with this crew and the artists that have come through here, it's pretty huge, and it's a pretty huge like moment in my career, I feel like. So that's been pretty special this week.
So over on that right bench, you're going to see a process called a color drop or color overlay. And this is how they get the solid color for the top part of the vase. And at the center bench, Sarah is working on the body of the vase, which is going to be clear. And this tool that Sarah is using here is called a block, which is usually made out of a fruit wood like cherry wood and kept in water to help prevent burning. And this is always used after a fresh gather or before we blow into a bubble. It evens the glass out so our bubble blows out evenly. And over at that right bench, once more, you can see Nick has brought over that color to the clear, cold bubble, and it's being dropped on top. and then flatten down into a little bit of a disc shape before being evenly spread out across over top of that bubble. This is going to give us a smooth, even layer of color all across this piece. So after getting that fresh gather of clear glass, Sarah went over to the pipe cooler, and this is just splashing some water up onto that pipe and cooling it down very quickly. You could see the steam rising into the air. So this tool that Sarah was just using right now is called it's just a carbon fiber pad, and it's actually stuffed with newspaper soaked in water. And this is being used to shape the glass. It's one of the only flexible tools we have in the hot shop, and pretty close to using our hands on that glass. So you'll see them using this tool pretty frequently to push the bubble in a certain direction or change the way it is blowing out. And once more, at the center bench, we're working on the body of our vase, and over on the right bench, Gabe is working on the neck or the top of the vase. So after heating this bubble up once more, you could see Sarah has brought it over to a mold on the floor. She's going to stuff this down into the mold, pushing it down and blowing at the same time, which is forcing the glass into all of those ridges and crevices inside of the mold, taking on that shape. So now we will have a physical and visual texture in this clear glass from that mold. That mold is called an optic mold. So now that this glass is nice and hot once more, Sarah's going in with the pair of jacks. And she's carving a line or a divot into the glass called a jack line near the pipe. This is where the piece will be removed from this pipe later on. So welcome to those who just joined. Our hot shop team today is working on making some Incalmo vases, which means that they're attaching these two pieces together over at the center in the right bench. At the center bench, we have the body for our vase, and the piece on the right is going to be the neck for our vase. And after they're happy with the way that piece of the center bench looks, a second pipe is brought over called a punty, and this is attached to the center of the bottom of this piece. And this is going to allow them to detach the piece from its original pipe. So Sarah applies a little bit of water to that jack line and taps the pipe, and that breaks the piece cleanly off the pipe. So now from here we have an opening left over, and we'll be able to start opening this up and flaring it out in preparation for attaching that piece on the right bench. So using this torch, Sarah is focusing that heat around the opening. That torch is running at around the same temperature as our reheating furnace at around 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. So now that these two pieces have been heated up around those connection areas, Sarah is guiding the neck onto the body of this vase. And it looks like that was a pretty good connection. So she's applying some water to that jack line. That second pipe is going to come off. And now once more, they are left over with an opening. And from here, they're going to be able to open this up and flare it out into that final form for this vase. So now after this neck is nice and hot, you could see Gabe has come in with a Sophietta. Sophietta means little puff. So this tool is blocking off the opening of the neck and allowing him to push air inside of the piece after it's already been removed from its hollow pipe. So welcome to everyone who recently joined us. Today our Hot Shop team is working on creating some Incalmo vases, and the process of Incalmo is just connecting those two pieces of glass together. So as you can see, we have a clear body for our vase and then a colored neck for our vase, and we use that process of Incalmo to connect those two pieces together. And now from here, Sarah is just going in and editing that neck. So now Sarah's going in with a pair of tweezers, and she's pinching and pulling at the end of this lip. And then she goes in with a pair of shears and trims off that excess glass that she pulled out. So as you can see, Sarah's using the jacks on the inside to flare the mouth open, and she's also going on the outside to even the walls of that neck back out. So now Gabe has gotten that Sophietta ready once more. So now to break this piece off of the pipe, Sarah will apply a small amount of water to that connection area on the puntee. And Gabe is ready to catch it with his special Kevlar gloves. And Nick is going ahead and torching the bottom, getting rid of any leftover sharp ends before it's put away into the annealer. And the annealer is going to very slowly cool this piece down, at least overnight, so it doesn't break due to thermal shock. It'll cool down all the way from around 950 to room temperature. And does anyone have any questions? Can we have the slideshow of some of Sarah's work up on the screen? So this line or divot in the glass that Sarah was just carving with the pair of jacks is called a jack line. And the jack line is where we will remove this piece later on from the pipe. So keep that in mind. So a small bit of clear glass was placed onto the bottom of this bubble. And this is just going to be the pad where they attach that blown foot to the bottom. And Gabe over on the right is working on that blown foot right now. So now Gabe brings over that clear bubble and it's dropped down onto the bottom of this glass and then snipped off of its original pipe. So now we have a complete bubble on the bottom of this glass and we have to open it up in order to flare it out in the first place. And the way that Sarah's going to do this is she's going to go in with a pair of jacks, which are those two metal blades, and she's carving a divot or a line in this glass, but she's making sure not to cinch all the way down, so there's still an opening for air to go through. And because of this, when she breaks off this end piece, there's going to be a small opening left over. And from here, she'll be able to open this up and flare it out into that foot shape.